beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? Chat, how do you do? Oh my god, someone just spoke fucking French in my chat. Guards, punish him. Teach him what we do with the French around here. Okay, business. Watching Infinity Nikki fandom explode. Oh, what happened? Do you realize that you caused a war in Zajef's subreddit because you said Navita is better than Moika? Damn.
Managing an orchard. Watering, weeding, fertilizing the soil, making sure the temperature is right. But most
Oh!
you have to keep the fruit in a good mood.
300 comments. Should we take a look at that? I'm kind of curious, actually. Okay, Zyox. I don't know where to find it. Oh, is it? Are you talking about this meme? No.
My parents always say, no matter how busy life gets, you should
I sort by hot.
enjoy a proper meal when you get hungry. What I like to do is stack my plate up high, then squash it all down. Take a deep breath. And
Or top
in one go.
of this week. It's probably gonna be somewhere, right? Or not. Okay, just here's the link. Okay. Bad Zajef take. Now, we all know how far ahead Moika is from Nevilette, and he still had the balls to put him in front of Moika. Those who are saying this is not a Dorner or no, he said so by hand signs. Oh boy. Okay. I think first let's address this comment because I think that's certainly an interesting one. You see the Farina here, right? Like you see the Farina here, right? Like, this is a Vape Molani team with Farina without Dendro that is assuming you're not missing a single vape. That you're vaping all 3 of your bites and your burst. And it's like 10k lower than a fucking press random ass fucking buttons on your keyboard, Varesa. But anyways. Is the title a lie? I mean, I wasn't intending it for it to be a lie, but who knows? It might turn out. It might turn out to be a lie. Oh well. Is he questing or exploring? Who knows? Who knows? He knows. Sorry, my coffee hasn't properly been processed by my system, so I'm still not entirely like, you know. Chats are on each. Oh, you're right. Let me hide the emergency chat. Yeah, that is a lot of comments. My goodness. We sort by controversial. You guys think I'm gonna get called slurs? I'm kind of curious. My goodness. Anyways, we got an exercise redeemed, so let's do that. Tuh. Chat, is Mawika overrated? Like, I'm looking at these comments and I'm taken aback by how good people think Mawika is. Like, she is good, don't get me wrong. But, like, I don't know, man. I saw this post today. I think Opie is rage baiting. True one. See, this is someone. Let me actually use their own analogy to explain my point. Okay? Yeah. Nevilet has $10, 10 USD. Mawika has 10 USD. Nevilet or Mawika lives in the US. Nevilet lives in what's a country that has like really where money has like a really high purchasing power? Vietnam? India? Malaysia? Malaysia was the one that came to mind, but I don't know if it actually. Whatever. Let's just say Navidad lives in Vietnam. Okay, sure. He has he has $10 to Malika's $20, but his $10 is giving him more items, more things. He can purchase more things with those $10 than Malika can with 20. Right? So to the question, who is richer? Well, you could say Malika is richer because 20 is bigger than 10, or you could say Nevilet is richer because he can get more things. But in the case of what the best DPS is, it's actually even more nuanced because best is not as clearly defined as rich. If that chatter on that day had asked me the question, who has the highest DPS? Of course Malika's above everyone else by a pretty noticeable margin. But that wasn't what their question was. You know? That was actually a Vietnamese immigrant to Fontaine. That's why he struggled to integrate. This is in the lore. Zajef has done the quest exactly. But like the main factors that go into why Nevilet is so good are how easy he is to use and how little you get punished for fucking up. How much of his power he can get with like the worst possible garbage available if you're on a new account that has nothing. And how easy it is for him to deal with AoE content. Right? Malika only has one of those three things, which is how easy it is to deal with AoE content. While playing Maoika isn't that difficult, it's also easy to fuck up, and if you fuck up, you lose half your damage. Can you... Wait. Any knowers if... You can input an innate aura on an enemy on GC Sim? You can't? Fuck. Let's look at the Rosaria Sims, because these I can probably intentionally fuck up the melt by changing the order for Rosaria stuff. If I burst skill instead of skill burst, or if I, yeah. We're still getting melt sometimes, I think. I think the initial hit is melting, but the later ones don't. In that case, first skill. Is this C6 Bennett? Can I make this? Maybe if I do this. Yeah, okay. See? This is what happens if you don't melt your burst on Maoika. That's Yoimiya. That's worse than Yoimiya. From 120k to 60k. Like, Maoika is very powerful, and she's not that hard to play. But if something goes slightly wrong, you lose a lot. Right? She's not particularly difficult, but she does get punished really hard for minor issues. Nivile can't lose can't just lose 50% of his DPS like that. Yeah. Yeah, like if you get hit, maybe you lose like 15% of your team DPS. But that's it. And realistically, it's less than that because if you don't do all 4 charge attacks, your rotation is gonna finish faster. So you'll get started on your next rotation faster. So it's not actually gonna be 15%, it's gonna be like 10. Maybe even less. But yeah, like If your counter argument to me saying that I think Neuvillette is the best carry is, but Maoika has more damage, I think you inherently are you're coming from a place where you don't understand why I think he's good. A lot of Maoika damage is also overkill damage. Yeah, there's also that. I came for Quest Jeff, I've been hot. We will, okay, unironically though, I kind of do want to do some questing today. But don't say lie meter, okay, it's true. I kind of want to do Versus Quest. Get that done. Would your ranking change if you considered players that are more invested in playing the game, like your feelers? I think it's really difficult to make a standardized assumption for skill and stuff like that. Because it's like, there's so many factors that go into how well a team ends up being played. And there's also like, are you willing to reset? Like, if you're a very patient person and you're willing to reset until you have the perfect run, every single Catalyst character gets a massive boost to how good they are because of Widsith, right? In the top 5 with resetting? No. I'm gonna be honest, okay? Even if you build 0 crit rate on her, all crit damage, and you reset until every single one of your attacks crits, she's still on the lower half in terms of how strong carries are. Maybe it's a little bit closer. On the plunge teams, okay, let's go. Hello. Sort by DPS. God. Why is it that the highest Sim C6 R5 Elite team is lower than fucking average pre-Seat Lolly implementation Maoiga Melt team? Oh boy. Anyways. These are all melt teams. Where's the first non? Yeah, this one. Alright. And when I was looking at it, it was like about 10% better with the Ansan than with Rosaria. If instead of Serpent Spine, we went Red Horn, crit damage, and then we assume that this 80% crit is instead all in, or this 80% CV on crit rate is all in crit damage instead. Which is not possible, but I don't care. And we assume that you have infinite crit rate. You're resetting until everything crits. if we look at her traditional non-Chanyan teams, what the fuck is this, man? What am I looking at? Like, we can't look at this, right? Just like you know that's not what people are. God. So this is the first one, I guess. Right. If we assume crit damage 0.622, we assume this 25% crit rate is instead 50% crit damage. We assume Pale Flame instead of Maréchaussée, and we reset until every single hit crits. Like, yeah. That's just the reality of Illa as a character. Her numbers are way too low. She was already pretty weak when she came out. And time has not treated her well. Anyways, if you're assuming that you have frame perfect inputs and gameplay on literally everything, and you're willing to reset a reasonable amount of time. So what I mean by a reasonable amount of time is you reset for stuff like Witsith, but you won't reset for like 5% crit rate until every hit crits. Because like technically with Molani, you could put her on a like 2-piece 2-piece or a gilded or shit like that, right? And build no crit rate on her. And reset until all your vapes crit. But like, I don't think that's realistic. I don't think that's reasonable. Anyways, if you are playing very well and resetting for perfect RNG, Mawika is still... Mawika probably does become number 1. I don't know what number 2 would be, though. Like, the competitors would be... Nevilet, Veresa, Molani, Arlecchino, I suppose? Isn't this just speedrun DC at that point? Yes and no. It's getting very close to speedrun DC, but it's not exactly speedrun DC. Because speedruns have the added condition of like very, 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 very good builds. Which isn't something I was including in my assumptions. The biggest thing with Molani is that she's very breakpoint reliant. If she kills in one rotation, she's really strong. If she doesn't, she's really weak. Well, not really weak, but like she's arguably weaker than the other characters. But if she kills in one rotation, she's probably stronger. So it depends on how much HP enemies have. Right? There's the fact that, like, when you play Molani, right? Let me... Don't pay too much attention to the numbers, because all you're gonna see is immune here, but... Right? I'll swap into Molani at 55, okay? First hit happens at around 52. Second one at 49. And last one at 46. So it's like 9 seconds. Ish. The thing is, unless you VV right before you swap to her, that third one won't get VV, right? If you're using a VV. On top of that, if you're using Kazuha or Sucrose, and you're not using their bursts, VV lasts 10 seconds, but Sucrose is EM buff, and Kazuha's damage percent buff lasts 8 seconds. Which means even if you still have the VV, you lose out on that buff on the last one, and there's honestly almost nothing you can do about that. You might be able to get it before the buffs expire against enemies with weird hitboxes, where during the, like, knockback, the self-knockback of Molani after a chomp, you're still in their hitbox and she starts stacking again instantly. That might be doable. Or in AoE, when you're hitting multiple enemies. Although good luck actually having the chomp hit all the enemies, but whatever. Anyways. But in most situations, this buff expires on the last one. And then, unless you're swapping from your VV to Molani, the VV also expires on the last one. And most teams can't go from your VV to Molani. Because in order to get VV, you need to swirl Hydro. But in order to swirl Hydro, you need to have Hydro on the enemy, which is hard to do if Channeling Burst is ongoing. And so, a lot of the rotations will end up swirling and then swapping to Channeling or Maoiga. Which means your third chomp pretty much never gets VV'd. In practice, often the second chomp also doesn't get VV'd. But what that means is that the damage that she does in the first, like, 5 seconds of her uptime is a lot bigger than the damage that she does in the second half of her uptime. And what that means is that if the enemies are at a breakpoint where you can kill them in 2 chomps, Molani's incredibly strong. But if you would need 3 buffed chomps to kill him, 3 chomps won't be enough. So you'll have to start another rotation. Because, like, Wits of this 10 seconds. There's also the fact that your burst probably won't get Witsid buff unless you only do a 2 chomp thing. But that's RNG. If the burst goes in the right direction and explodes instantly, you can get the burst before your Witsid buff expires, but otherwise you won't. And I guess that's technically something you can reset for, but, like, bro. Anyways, let me just show you, like, okay, base HP, HP percent, flat HP, total HP. If you're doing a team with Shilonen, VV, and Zhanglang, which I'm actually kind of curious what the most popular Molani teams are. Because I know what the strongest ones are, but I'm curious which ones are played the most. Does anyone have a... Would anyone be so kind as to open the YS Helper app, look at Molani teams, and send me a screenshot on Discord? I need to get blue stack, man. Whatever. How much worse is replacing sucrose with farina? If you vape, it's about as good. You won't vape. I guess another thing I want to show, if you're doing this team, right? I'll show you the rotation that most people end up doing. Since says Candace C6 and 19k DPS loss. Yeah. You can't play Candace C6 or Yelan with Molani if you're using Mawika instead of Shanling. You have to do it with Shanling. Anyways. Mawika, or sorry. Shilonen used her skill at what, 57, 58? But we still get it, but the burst doesn't, or the burst might not have the shred from Shilonen if you don't swap back to her. That's with Shilonen, you know? He's supposed to have very long uptime. So of course it's gonna be even worse for Sucrose. In a team like this, if you're playing it how most people play it, a lot of the time your second chomp isn't VV'd anymore, let alone your third. Anyways. Damage percent, crit value, crit multiplier, EM multiplier, effective HP, motion value. Okay, business. So, Molani stats. Oh. Sorry. 15, 185 base HP. 15, 185. HP percent. It's probably an HP crit with damage roll on Witsith that'll score the highest. Probably, I think. For the screenshot number. Because you get a lot of EM from Sucrose, so probably that. Anyways, damage percent. So we get 15 from Obsidian. We get we get 40% from Cinder City. We get how much from Witsith again? 96, I think. 96. 96 from Witsith. We get Mawika, like 30% average. Good value. 98.4, 55.1, 62.2, 20 times 6.6, and 80% from Orbeez. EM. About 230 from Sucrose. And then 80 from Subs. Do we go all in on the screenshot number? Look at Petra Mawika. That's what the Sims do, right? Yeah, it is. Fuck it. Yeah, multiplier. Effective HP is total HP times 1 plus damage percent times crit multiplier times EM multiplier. And then her motion value on the first chomp is, if it's crowned, 15.62 plus, maybe the prime mystique. 15.62 plus 7.81 times 3 plus 39.06. So the damage from a chomp, assuming your debuffs are all ongoing, they have minus 76 res, so it's 1.33. That can't be right. I forgot the times 2 from a vape. Right. Alright, that's what it's supposed to be. Okay. So, fully buffed, good Witsith buff, great build Molani. First chomp, 590k. Second chomp, if you still have VV, 450k. If you lose the VV, 380k. Third chomp, you definitely are losing the VV. Guaranteed. So it's 380k. But it's kind of tight with Shilonen. And it's very possible that if you had to dodge an incoming attack during your setup, your Shilonen buff or your Shilonen shred runs out. And so instead of 380k, it's 300k. But here's the thing. If you're at an investment level where the first 2 chomps are enough, right? And you're resetting until you actually get proper timings very well, so your VV doesn't run out here. Right? You can front load 1 million damage without that much of a problem. Even without the burst, right? But without that resetting, if you're not playing perfectly, right? A full rotation is only doing like 200k more damage. The point I'm trying to make is that when it comes to Molani, what makes her so good in speedrunning is that most of her damage comes from her first 2 chomps. What that means is that at really high investment, when 2 chomps is enough to kill an enemy, she will significantly overperform. But if you don't have the investment to kill that enemy in 2 chomps, you're cooked, right? Let's look at what happens if the enemy isn't something you can kill in 1 rotation, right? So, and we can take a look at the burst as well. The burst, we'll assume you're playing very well, right? But you're not getting good like instant explosion on the thing, on the burst, right? The burst on the first rotation in this team, Shilonen helps stack this faster, and you actually will get 3 stacks for the first burst. You won't get 3 stacks for the second burst, but you'll get 3 stacks for the first burst, right? Anyways, the first burst is 105.2 plus 45. This is the damage you get from your first rotation with these assumptions, right? 2 mil damage. Let's see what happens on the second rotation. Less than 1 mil. It is insane, the difference in terms of how much Molani does. Wait, actually. It's actually a bit less than that for this one. Because you lose this for the burst, unless you get good RNG, but still, whatever. If the enemy's HP falls around this number, Molani does really well. If the enemy's HP falls around the sum of these two, it's not too bad. But if the enemy's HP is a little bit above the sum of these two, Molani is hot trash. Because other characters may not necessarily have as much damage on their first rotation, but most of the at least decent carries do a lot more than this on their second rotation. Which means a lot of carries, if enemies are at HP thresholds that take Molani 2 full rotations or more, will take 2 rotations or less to kill that same enemy. But it's all a matter of thresholds, right? It's all a matter of breakpoints of exactly how much HP does the enemy have compared to how much damage your Molani is doing. Right, because Molani is a character that has a very powerful burst that isn't actually powerful enough to justify building a lot of ER on her. Right? Most of the Molani sims use burst every other rotation. I think this one uses burst every rotation, maybe? Or is this a double rotation? Oh, this is a cringe rotation, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, never mind. I take it back. But yeah. So that's why C2R0 is so efficient investment for speedrunning? Yeah. The, The fact that the C2 doesn't just get you more chomps, it also makes a chomp happen faster, effectively means that you can get one more chomp before their VV runs out. It's not just one more chomp total. Which is why it's so good in speedruns. And then the C1 is also quite good in speedruns because it affects the first one, which is the one that pretty much always has VV and whatever other buffs you have. Anyways. All of this to say, Malenia is a very powerful speedrunning character, but I don't know if I would consider her for the second strongest character for, like, good gameplay and willing to reset, because the last factor of high investment is also really important on her, because she's such a breakpoint related character. Do you consider Malenia a good design? Yeah. Malenia is one of the best designed characters in terms of gameplay. I really wish she wasn't so clunky. But oh well. The nice thing about characters like Versa or Liquido and Nebulet is that because their damage happens in very sustained manners, you never really run into a problem where you have an unfavorable breakpoint. Because they don't really care about breakpoints. All of them have ways to extend their current rotation to attack for longer if the enemy has like 10 or 20% HP left. Whereas Molani doesn't. Like, yeah, you can swap out, drop your stuff, and then back on her and use a skill again, because her skill cooldown isn't that long. But that's different from just staying on the character and attacking for a bit longer, right? Even Malika, if you leave the enemy at like 2 HP, you can just spin without burst. That one, I don't know. I'm gonna be entirely honest. Malika's spin without burst is so dog shit. Technically, you can effectively get like one additional melt after your whole 5 melt or your 4 melt combo on a non-burst buffed thing. But it does so much less damage that it's just like, meh, whatever. How tight is the 5 melt Mawiko rotation? It seems really popular on GC Sim. You mean with Kea? The thing is that Kea application is RNG. The coding on Kea's burst for the application is so fucking weird. Even at C6, yeah. It's weird. Like, I don't think it's actually RNG, it's like based on the exact specific positioning of the enemy and your burst. But because you don't have a way to consistently make sure the enemy always has the exact same position, in practice it's effectively RNG. When I was testing it with C6K stuff, I was getting 5 melt about half the time, maybe more. So I'd say it's consistent enough to be a consideration. It has a 0.5 second cooldown on Icicle hit. Yeah, like, there's an ICD on hit, but it also doesn't hit unless it's in the hitbox, so like the exact timing of application will actually vary. It do be like it is. Milani is better than Arlecchino DPS wise? No, she's not. If you look at the high DPS Milani sims, the highest one is this one for C0 stuff. This is a fake rotation. Like, this is a rotation that I am not able to do in practice. Rotation like this is a bit closer to being doable, I suppose, but it's still Petra Mawika. And if Mawika is not on Petra and is on Codex instead, team DPS goes down to like 85k. From 92k. If you look at the Arlecchino sims, ignoring the N-Tussie stuff that is fake as fuck, you've got some around 100k sims for Overload. This is N-Tussie fake stuff. More Overloads, more N-Tussie fake stuff. Oh, this is N-Thrissy, sorry. This is Melt Arlecchino with Kea, but it's Petra Kea. But even then, with Petra Kea, it's higher than the Petra Mawika one. Just in terms of DPS, Arlecchino tends to just be better than Milani. But Milani can outperform her in speedruns. For all the stuff we mentioned earlier. Does Arlecchino Charge Attack not have ICD and that's why N-Tussie works? Yeah. Yo. Oh, also, chat. Remember yesterday when I was doing the solo C6 Arlecchino first side on Soluna's account? Soluna sent me a DM after stream yesterday. I'm gonna leak DMs. No wonder I was struggling, man. Holy. Since Ella's kind of shit, what does physical need in your opinion to finally actually become good? I mean, it just needs an actual good physical character, right? Like, you could artificially buff Ella by having incredibly broken supports for physical. But the reality is that Ella's not even that much better than fucking Crescent Pike Zhongli yet. So like, I doubt that's the way they're gonna go about it. I expect just an actual good physical carry to come out instead. You think they could just drop a set that gives a ridiculous amount of physical damage? Let's go back to the Endless Sims and show you why I doubt that's gonna happen. Or at least I doubt that's gonna be what they do to try to solve physical. Fizz percent equal 3. Let's say there's a set that gives 300% physical damage. Don't laugh. Don't laugh. Don't laugh, chat. Don't laugh. Do 30 now. Let's do 10. 1,000% physical damage. Holy shit! Good character. C0R1 Mawika level. Insane. Just needs 1,000% physical damage bonus. Right, let's go back to this. My goodness. People like this are so funny, by the way. Whenever someone implies stuff like this, like putting aside the explicit insult, right? People that use free to play as a put down are so funny to me. Like, oh no. I didn't get. I managed to resist the psychological manipulation of this gacha game and not spend money on it. What a pathetic loser I am. Oh no. Man. That goes both ways, though. I disagree. I understand where you're coming from. But you also have to understand that whale shaming is an objectively useful thing. It is objectively a good way to help people control themselves more easily. Like, obviously, I don't think you should look down on people who spend money on games, and I don't think you should be an asshole to them. But I also think that it's a very inherently different thing to shame someone for being a whale versus shaming someone for being free to play. Because when you shame someone for doing a specific thing, you're effectively incentivizing them to do the opposite. And I think that it's a lot more harmful to incentivize people to spend than it is to incentivize people not to spend. TBA just let them enjoy how they play. Why shame free to play or pay to win? Like, just why? I mean, I think that can be an interesting discussion. Like, I don't know how to phrase this exactly. I guess one way to look at it would be like, how ethical and how morally acceptable is it to use psychological manipulation to try to help someone? Like, manipulating someone into doing something that's good for them. Is that someone that's morally acceptable? And honestly, I don't know. I don't know. I think it's an interesting question that warrants some thought. And that sounds just like parenting. Yeah, I mean, kinda. Oh well. Because the reality is that if there is no presence in the community that attempts to manipulate people into doing things that are good for them, the only manipulation they'll be subjected to is the manipulation engineered by Hoyo to try to make them, to turn them into fucking gambling addicts. Right? And so I think it's an interesting one. I think both I think both arguments are reasonable, and I honestly don't know where I'd fall. I'm somewhere in between. I'm undecided. Isn't isn't it like a casino worker telling people not to gamble? I mean, you can make the comparison. Do you think that casino workers shouldn't encourage people not to gamble? I think a lot of people get stuck on things they perceive as hypocrisy and fail to give it any thought past that. Like, okay, you think it's hypocritical for a casino worker to tell people not to gamble. Do you think they should stop? Do you think it's bad that they're telling people not to gamble? Because if yes, then you don't actually care about the hypocrisy. You're just trying to justify. You're just trying to avoid any sort of negative opinions on gambling. And if you don't think you should stop, then you have to realize how unproductive what you're doing is. So, like, either way, you're either omega deflecting or being incredibly unproductive. Like, why do you care that much? Casino workers should warn people about the dangers of gambling. I agree. I think that can function the same. How do I explain this? There's a reason why in a lot of countries cigarettes and other addictive substances are required by law to have warning labels that are explicit in what the dangers of that substance are. It's easy to end up in a situation where you don't see the negatives of a certain thing, and there being an actual voice of opposition within a community is actively helpful, because people are more likely to be exposed to it than if it's a voice of opposition that's completely outside of the community. Yeah, and 3Q, this is a different thing entirely. We're not on the whale shaming anymore. In Brazil, some of those cigarette box warnings are legit vomit inducing. Yeah, and that's a good thing. And it's effective. The social perception of smoking is so different than it used to be. And that's a result of active effort from government agencies to try to mitigate the harm of cigarettes. Anyways. Let's get back to the yo. Mid-Villette, dude. It's so funny. I'm curious where this is coming from. These names are peak. I am not a K-pop stan. True! Coming from GZ Sim? But I don't think there's a Neuvillette Maoika with TTDS. Maybe the Neuvillette carry team with Maoika has TTDS on Neuvillette, because TTDS isn't that much better than Proto Amber. That's a possibility. No. No, this is still Sack Jade. I'm pretty sure it's not. Okay, it's this one, right? Harbinger of Dawn Shilonen? That's wild. My goodness. I'm curious how real this actually is. Also curious as to what this is. This is probably... And... This is probably just E short charge attack hold dash swap, right? No, it's EN1. Never mind. Okay, it's not even short charge attack. That's really funny. Anyways, Flame Strider charged. That's the first one, right? Yep. Wait. Flame Strider charge. The masses demand live testing. No. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. One, 3, 4, 5, 6. final hit. Oh. I'll say this is a very funny sim. What does Navila do here? Vape, initial hit, and give TTDS an instructor. What's up, Art? I'm reading the comments on this one. And, damn. The masses demand Balatro, literally just me. You know what? I'm gonna do some variety after Genshin today, but it won't be Balatro. I'm gonna play some League of Legends on stream. Everything will be fine. Arena, yeah. Arena's so fun, man. Froduika goes lower on the tier list because I like her less than Nebula. That you're so real for this one, Dean underscore 420. Oh boy. Chat. A Redditor with a nuanced take and an understanding of what I was saying? Oh my god, that's crazy. That's crazy. They're in chat right now, Pog. I watched the full video and because of this comfort, he dropped Molani from the 5th spot. Listen, alright? If we're taking comfort aside and we're looking at these things, alright? The character that would take the 5th spot with these is not Molani. Alright, you wanna have a discussion on optimized stuff with resetting and shit? Sure. But don't leave my goat out of it. Don't leave my goat out of it. I will say though, okay, despite this post being kind of a toxic cesspool, I think the original the OP of the post isn't too much of an asshole. They're not particularly polite, but they're not particularly impolite either. And I really like how they keep using the wilted flower emoji. So, so I'll give this whole thing a pass, honestly. Now look at YouTube comments? No, I won't. I won't. Oh well. Wait, did Moz add low as an auto-modded word? That's so funny. Thank you, mods. Well done. Well done. I appreciate that. Ooh, that's an interesting one. Arlecchino might be the modern day Alhaitham in these best DPS debates. Ooh. Interesting one. What do you guys think? I don't think I'm a chatter. True. Has Alhaitham ever been good? Alhaitham has always been good. Alhaitham is still good. The problem with Alhaitham isn't that he's bad. It's that he's not all that important to his teams. I don't think people say Arlecchino's on the same level as those two. Yeah, that's fair, but like, I don't know how much of this is because I have C1, but the more time passes, the more I lean in favor of Verissa between Verissa and Arlecchino. I guess it's not just the C1. It's mostly the cons on the 4 stars. Like, having played a Verissa that had a pretty decent build on accounts that don't have cons on Yansan or Chevaliers, it is a pretty noticeable difference. And I feel like with Arlecchino, the difference just isn't as big. Yes, it is as big if you're using the same units, but Arlecchino has a lot of teams that use different units. Or like, you know, also gets the same treatment. I don't think that's true. Like, C1 Bennett is already pretty strong, and you're not missing out on that much. And if you're doing a melt team, you're not really that reliant on cons on anyone else. On the Chevreuse teams, that's kind of fair. But Arlecchino has the upside of being viable in multiple archetypes, some of which are less reliant on specific 4-star cons. Right? Get an exercise redeemed. Done. Ugh. Biceps going crazy. Listen. I don't want to shame anyone for not being a workout whiz or anything like this. But like, the muscle involved in extending your arm is not the bicep. Okay, dude, I'm a plant biologist. I have no clue about human anatomy. Well, okay. The workout warlock, they call it. Oh. Wait, you're telling me bro's a plant biologist and his favorite Ayaka team isn't Hyperfridge? Caught? Damn. Chat. Anyone in chat, by the way, any chatter present here that doesn't enjoy Clarine's gameplay, I will tell you this right now. You're lying, because I'm the only one who doesn't enjoy her gameplay. Only me. Me! Sorry. Ooh. Thank you for the raid, Agro. Welcome, raiders. We are currently parsing through nice and kind comments on a nice and kind post. I will allow some sillying today. Hope you had a good stream. No dilly-dallying today, only sillying. Anyways, I should spend my resin. I'm capped. I stalled too long, I'm capped now. Fuck. Resin story incoming? I'm not a liar. I'm an honest, upstanding citizen. I even went voting 2 days ago. Did you guys see the fucking Bernie Sanders tweet from yesterday? I saw it and it made me laugh. What was it? Bernie Sanders tweeted and it basically said, "Thank you, Trump, you're the reason Poilievre lost in Canada." My goat. Like, he basically said, "Good job, Trump, you're such a fucking dogshit president that Canadians seeing this want to distance themselves from the Conservative Party." Pre-locked? Dodge. Yeah, I think it is. No, actually, it's probably still better. And, like, he's right. You know? The Conservatives were winning by so much in the polls a few months ago. But Trump's government is so awful that Canadians see that, and even the conservative Canadians are like, Jesus Christ, man. Maybe there's something to this whole liberal thing. Too far. I wouldn't say conservative Canadians are the one that changed their minds. I mean, but they are. You gotta understand, okay? A lot of people who are conservative aren't conservative because they actively hate minorities. They're conservative because they're kind of dumb and they believe people when they're told that the reason why they are experiencing problems is because of minorities. But when the people that are telling you that minorities are at fault for your problems are also so actively and clearly responsible for the problems of other people, you see that and you're like, what the fuck? I'm actually kind of curious. Are the results entirely finalized yet? Elections, Canada result. There hasn't been a single change. So I guess so, right? Man, this is such a fucking perfect result, by the way. A liberal minority government that's close enough to majority that it can be broken by either the Bloc Québécois or by the NDP is like, it's not perfect because it's a liberal government, but it's as close to perfect as it gets out of realistic outcomes. NDP losing official party status is a bit sad. Verissa heard that and she was like, man, I miss Jack Layton. I'm gonna go to heaven too. Holy shit, dude. Fucking hell, man. Who? Jack Layton is, he was a Canadian politician who ran in the, what was it, 2008 elections? 2009? When was it? Whatever. For the NDP. And he was so charismatic and competent that the NDP actually stood a chance, and then he got cancer and he died. And the NDP hasn't recovered. I'm not adding Esco. I'm sorry. How many emotes are we at right now? We're at 1,000. Alright, we didn't get anything good today. Like, technically, we got a promising attack goblet, but, like, it's an attack goblet. It could be a Shao upgrade, I suppose, but it probably won't be. So I'll get it to 8, I'll roll flat attack, and I'll move on. We roll DM, it's fine. It'll do. I already have a good Shao goblet, so it's fine. Better than Zajef? I think it is better than Nyx. It's a 6 roller, but it has more crit value and less attack. Same amount of crits, but yeah. Better distribution. Use codes. Fine, I'll use the codes. Anyone want to send the codes in chat? They're here. Account, redeem code. Fatui. Frost Moon Scions. Light Keepers. The Wild Hunt. Voynich Guild. Nodcry 0910. Dude, what do you mean? What's the point of having the exchange button go on cooldown if there's a hidden cooldown that's longer? The code redeem has ICD, dude. What the fuck?
Strength is
Plus 200. Which one was 200? Not cryo, I see.
Use it or lose it. Hurry up, grass. Add Thank you for add
That's not what I wanted to check. Oopsie.
Add Astra.
Daily Whimsy. I don't even have to do 39, but fuck it, why not? I don't have enough to do a full one, but we can do a few. All this is garbage. Would I ever keep the Hydro one? I don't think so. Not without any crit. Daily TOM? I don't need to do daily TOM. My TOM is decent enough already. Honestly, it might be time to give up on a few of these. Like, I'm not gonna level this. A Deepwood Goblet that only has one crit line. I mean, technically, this could end up being usable if they end up releasing Quicken teams, like Quicken supports that are Electro. But they'd have to release multiple, because you'd also have to knock Nahida out of the teams. So I don't think I'll bother. I already have a 22 ER crit circlet on this set, so I don't need that. Only one crit roll. My Deepwood flowers are really, really good, so I don't need to keep any of this. We stopped the hoarding. We're actually gonna do an artifact cleaning today. Bad, 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 bad. I'll lock it. Bad. No, it's not enough. I'll log this one just in case we end up getting a Bond of Life HP scaler eventually. Because it's a 4-liner with 2 max rolls of crit. It could even be an off piece if it rolls only into crit. Siege win piece, true. Do I ever log this? No. My off piece animal gauntlets are really good. And an animal character probably wouldn't want the EM and the crit. Only the crit or maybe the EM, but if they want the EM, they probably don't go NMO. Yeah, this isn't good enough. Alright, let's keep going. Not enough. Nope. 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 Do I keep this one just in case? I don't really have any ER on my EM circlets, so I think I do. Because it also has crit rate for 5, yeah. I'll keep that one, but I think that'll probably be the only one. Hello? I already have some such good ones for this one. So no. Nah. 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 Sure. Nah. 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 I'll keep this one. Nah. Nah. Okay. Are you guys believers? I'm not a believer in this one. I'm a believer in the next one, though. The next one is gonna be fucking insane. Trust. A lot of sands. My sands is already really good, so... Like, I don't know if this is even worth locking. Probably isn't. Alright, it would cap out as a 6.5 liner. But I already have a 6 liner. So it's not really worth locking. Maybe it could be an upgrade on Chlorine gear, but I don't give a shit about Chlorine. So yeah, this isn't good enough either. Okay. It's fine though. I said I didn't have high hopes for that one, but I have this one will be good. Trust. 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 I don't really need to keep any of these, do I? I'm never gonna go flop on something that doesn't go full EM. That's a 3-liner, so it's not worth locking. I'd keep any 4-liner with EM on this set and just roll, hoping to get a 120 EM Feather of Flower, but this is a 3-liner, so it caps out at 100 EM if you win a 1 out of 4 times in a row. My current best one is 89 EM, so it's barely an upgrade for 1 out of, what, 4, 16, 64, 256? 1 out of 256? That's not worth, like, 300k Mora. I'll keep that one, sure. I don't need 2. I guess both of these are pretty much the same. I don't need 2. I'd rather keep the one with ER. Three-liner nopers. 3-liner nopers. 3-liner... I'll keep that one as an off-piece potential. 2 BCM could be useful too, so maybe. I don't know. Do I ever keep this? Could there ever be a character that wants flop and has ER requirements that are pretty high? There could be. I'll keep it just in case. Alright. Here with the prime. This is the one. Yeah, this is the one. I'm gonna get the flower I've been looking for. Along with that, I guess. Capitano piece. Yeah. My feathers are already good enough, I think. Fuck. There it is. That's what I was looking for. That's the one I was looking for, chat. Attack? Fuck. Avoid the defense, please. Good. Avoid the defense, please. That's good. Avoid the defense, please. That's alright. Avoid the defense, please. Nice. I told you guys this was gonna be an upgrade. I told you. Like, you didn't believe me. But I knew. Yeah. It's obviously a lot weaker than this one. But it is onset, which allows me to go offset on something else. I don't know which... I guess I go back to offset Goblet, perhaps? Because this is what? 3, 4, 5, 6? Goes from 6 to 9. And this one goes from 9 to 7, right? It should be an upgrade, yeah. Plus my crit ratio will be a little better as well. Because I've got more crit rate now. Yeah. 110 EM is a very nice amount for melt, too. Just use the optimizer Lil Pro. I don't wanna. Is that not a low? What, 110 EM? No, it's alright. At this amount of EM, since Arlecchino reacts about a third of her base motion value, in melt that means that half of her damage pre-EM multiplier is melted. Which means that the adjusted, or the base formula, let's okay, so EM multiplier, adjusted EM multiplier. 100 EM. Your EM multiplier formula is 25 divided by 9 multiplied by EM divided by 1401 plus EM plus 1, right? So your melted damage is multiplied by 118%. You can check EM multiplier in game? Yeah, I know. Your adjusted EM multiplier is going to be the increase to your total damage, including the unreacted damage from your EM multiplier. So basically, half of the damage yeah, for those of you that are a little confused, you press the question mark on the right of Elemental Mastery, it shows you your EM multiplier in-game. Anyways, Arlecchino reacts half of her damage because she reacts 1 out of 3 attacks, and that attack is doubled because it's melted. So it'll basically be 1 melted attack does as much damage as 2 unmelted attacks. And you melt 1 attack for every 2 unmelted attacks, which means that half of her damage is melted. So half of the damage is getting increased by this, and the remaining half is not getting increased, which means that the adjusted EM multiplier is at around 109%. Right? At the 110 EM I have, my adjusted EM multiplier is 110.1. 1 roll of EM is about 20. So the increase I would get from 1 roll of EM is about 1.5%. The increase I would get from a roll of crit if it was a crit rate roll, about 2.4%. Crit damage roll, 2.1%. So at about 100 EM is worse than crit rolls. My attack, on the other hand, I'm at Base attack, attack percent, flat attack, total attack. Base attack is 1016. I'm too lazy to look at the sources of attack percent from the build, so I'll just give 1412 flat attack here from the build. And then attack percent from external sources. We get 25% from power resonance, 20% from noblesse, 48% from TTDS. Is that it? Sands? The Sands is already in here. Sands and substats are already in here. Right, there's also Jadewing Spear, 3.2% times 5-ish average stacks. Yeah. And then the flat attack, I also get 1202 from Bennett. Because my total attack is a little bit under 5k. If I were to get one more roll of attack, I get about 1% more damage from it. 18% from 2-piece? No, that's already in there. It shows up here. Basically, at my current stats, obviously the best rolls are crit, but an EM roll is worth 75% of a crit damage roll right now, whereas an attack roll is only worth half. When you look at a fully min-maxed Arlecchino build for melt teams, you're generally going to end up at around 100 EM. Because you can't get 4 lines of crit on your artifacts, right? The optimal artifact will always have crit rate, crit damage, attack percent, and EM, and the perfect artifact will start with these 4 and rolls into crit 5 times, right? But what that means is that the perfect Arlecchino build has a guaranteed 5 rolls of EM. And a lot of the near-perfect Arlecchino builds are going to have the same starting artifacts, but have a few rolls into EM or attack percent instead of crit, which means that the best Arlecchino builds will often have around a 150-ish range of EM. Because they're rolls that are worse than crit, but that are very much good enough to be worth considering. Man. This one kind of pisses me off. I'll level this one, see if it rolls EM on 4. Never mind. Never mind. Milani is the most forgiving one? Yeah. Yo. I'm actually kind of curious on the Akasha for Arlecchino. The problem is that Arlecchino doesn't have a melt leaderboard, right? It only has vape leaderboards. Cooked. Yeah. So the EM is a little lower. There's quite a few builds that are under 100 on the first page. In the melt leaderboard. I mean, actually, if we look at the Staff of Scarlet Sands leaderboard, it's probably pretty similar to what a melt leaderboard would be like. Yeah, and there's a lot. Most of the builds are around 150 to 200 to 250. Actually, there's probably a bunch of EM Sands, right? Yeah, this is EM Sands. Man. Well, how many boards is so funny, yeah, it is. There's a 4-piece Glad on the first page, really? That's crazy. A lot of blue. There is no shot this is their best off-piece, by the way. No way in hell. There is no way in hell this is their best off-piece. There is no way a 6-roller is their best off-piece. I have multiple off-pieces better than this. No shot someone with a Glad like this has this as their best off-piece. There's no way. This is impossible. They probably have a better sense for her on one of their other characters. Maybe not. Wait, are all their Sans dog shit? Wait. Wait, this is actually kind of tragic. Oh my god. Wait, that's so sad. My god. Someone with multiple double-digit builds and their best off-piece Sans is a 6-roller. That is actually insane. Like, that's actually completely insane. My god. That's low-key impressive? It is, yeah. 40 CV ain't that bad. I mean, you're right, it's not that bad. But, like, Arlecchino is a character that benefits from other stats. Like, she benefits from EM. And there's no EM here. Yeah, at their standard, it is bad, exactly. Like, you guys need to understand, I have one artifact that's good enough for the roll value color coding to be blue on my account. They have 3 on their Glad set. And then their off-piece is purple. Your circlet should not have a higher roll value than your sands. Your on-piece circlet should not have a higher roll value than your off-piece sands. That's for sure. I actually feel so bad for them. Like, this is clearly someone that has gotten an incredibly large amount of artifacts by refreshing their resin a lot. And they're probably in the bottom, like, 0.01% of Sans RNG. It's crazy. It's actually crazy. Elixirs. Yo, yeah, unironically, like, if I were them, you know what I would do? Open this. Select anything at random. Attack, crit, crit. Make one. If it doesn't roll good enough, attack, crit, crit. Make one. If it doesn't roll good enough, attack, crit, crit. Make one. And, like, obviously, if that's what they're gonna do, then they should start with the sets they actually want. So, like, start with Glad, or Whimsy, or... Oh. Well, this set, right? Actually, yeah. Anyways.
There's a lot that goes into managing an orchard.
Do we do our daily stall? We stare. We pound. We zilch. Oh. Is relid a word? No. Well, maybe, but is this a word? It's a word in French, but I don't know if it's a word in English. It's not. Idler. Fucking, that's you, chat. You're an idler. Leave your dwelling. Picture holder. Frame. New spin on old stump. Cover. Cream of the crop. Cost. It's not cover. Remix. Fret. Amigo. Elite. Tiger. Ah! That's not... Minor spelling mistake. Yeah, you're right. Best you've done in months? That's not true. I got a 32 a few days ago. Minus 2 seconds. I know. I know. This was a pretty good one, I think. Okay, next we do the Genshindle. Is it a balls day? No. It's a 1.0 character. It's not from Mondstadt. Oh! Oh! Ah! Sorry. I can't decide whether Pyro... Is that her again? Dude, that's crazy. What the fuck? Is that Mika? That kind of looks like Mika. It's not. Lila, maybe? I don't know who this is. Mona, perhaps? It was Mona. Okay. Shield. There's a lot of characters that could be. Is there a shielding singer? Could it be Yunjin? Because she has a counter? No, Xinyan! It's Xinyan. It's gotta be Xinyan. Okay. Easy clap. Easy clap. Bald. It's not bald. Tragic. Asta. It's not Asta. Let's try a Gerillo character. Let's try Zila. It's not her, but it is a Gerillo character. Let's try Japard. It was Japard. The General is a true master of maximizing returns for... That's Yukong, right? No. It has to be a Lofu character that's involved in the, like, organizational structure, and that's mature enough to admit their own shortcomings, that respects Jingyuan, but doesn't idolize them. I feel like Fushuan wouldn't admit this, and Yansing wouldn't be as mature about it. Maybe Fushuan would admit this. I don't know. I can't think of anyone else, so I'm gonna try her. But I'm not confident. Who else? Maybe it's one of the new ones. Who are the new ones? Okay, I still have no idea what the fuck kind of character Fei Xiao is, but she doesn't look like someone who would say something like this. She looks too feisty. You know? Maybe it's Lingsha?
The General is a true master of maximizing returns for minimal effort.
Who in the fuck
I
is
cannot
that,
match
dude?
him on that front.
Who in the fuck is that, dude? There's no way that's Fei Xiao's voice. There's no way she sounds like that. No fucking shot. Gunaifen doesn't sound like that. Hanya doesn't sound like that. Huohuo doesn't sound like that. No, no, no. No. Maybe it's Tingyun. But I feel like I've seen the name of Tingyun's VA and it wasn't that. But I'm not ruling out Tingyun. There's no shot it's Chui. And I feel like it sounds too old for Yunli. Okay, what? Let's try Tingyun. Please, I need to keep my 3 streak. Yes! Okay, big. Tingyun VA changed a few patches ago? That's cheating. What the fuck? That's cheating. That's not okay. What do you mean? Okay, man. Whatever. That is Acheron. No, it's not. That's Ronmei. It's not. Okay, it was Acheron. Fuck. Cooked. Cooked! I played myself, man. What the fuck? What? Huh? Who's, like, angry and rude? I can't think of anyone. Maybe it's one of the new characters. Honestly, I feel like it's him. He gives me the vibes of, like... Isn't his kit, like... Blade 2? I remember that. Kinda. And he kinda looks like... He's inspired by Ares. Fuck. Okay, it's Boot Hill. Yeah. That's crazy. Alright, is it a Bende? Nope. It's a fire character. Not the right weekly boss, so it's probably a recent one. Let's try lighter. Dude, I'm so fucking talented. What the fuck? I'm actually the GOAT. Holy shit. I'm actually the GOAT. What the fuck? Oh. Has he seen the live stream? No. I heard Nick was disappointed by it. That's all I know about it. I didn't even know it was happening. I woke up to Nick sending me a DM saying, can I call you for content? And I joined, and he was like, I was like, why are you streaming so early? And apparently there was a live stream. He doesn't know the lore, so yeah, true. What was cool about it? Lore enjoyers in chat. Sell me on watching it. It could have been an email. I see. The Primogem codes? True. Varka is a 6.0 unit? Really? They basically said we want to remove the line between lore and gameplay more. I wonder if they mean that they want character kits to be more representative of their characterization, or if they mean that they're intending on having quests that implement lore elements in the gameplay more often. I hope it's a ladder. Second one? Paul. That's good, then. That sounds like a nerf to lore. It's not.
My parents always say, no matter how busy life gets, you should always sit down and enjoy a proper...
One of the best advantages that video games as a medium have is the interconnection of so many different art forms. and the added element of interactivity. Well implemented lore in video games that's intertwined with the gameplay tends to enhance the experience so much. The question is, are they going to implement it well with the gameplay? And I'm not convinced they will. They have implemented gameplay elements in their quests in the past, right? And it hasn't been all that successful in my eyes. I think the ways that gameplay elements were implemented in quests in the Sumeru Desert was good. But that's pretty much the only thing. You look at the way they implemented gameplay elements in like early Archon quests. With a like fucking flying behind Dvalin and shooting at it, like that was dog shit. Even the early, I mean, the weekly bosses are effectively gameplay elements that are heavily intertwined with the lore, right? And honestly, they haven't tended to be all that great so far. Their weekly boss design hasn't been the best.
There's a lot that goes into managing an orchard. Watering, weeding, fertilizing the soil, making sure the temperature is right. But most importantly...
You could have finished the stream already, true. But then I would be out of content. Quest Jeff cares about the lore, okay? Quest Jeff will gladly yap about the lore as much as is necessary. What happens when you're almost out of Night Soul and you dash on water? Okay. You keep it at least until the end of your dash. That's cool. That means if you're trying to cross water with Marissa, you probably do something like this. You can probably delay the jump a little. I just did a plunge attack on water like that. That's crazy. I didn't realize you could do that. Wait, you can't. Why did it let me? Huh? That's hilarious. That's hilarious. You need the water to be deep enough. Are you sure? I don't think it has anything to do about the water. I'll try out like on this thing. Maybe it was. I don't know. It's hard to stay in shallow water. Anyways, the Abyss rating has evolved with Verisa release. It sure has. Yeah. But yeah, we should go do our daily peak. Yo. I had a question about the future of Dendro earlier. Do you think Dendro will fall off faster than other elements, considering how it doesn't scale in the same way as other reactions, unless we get a dedicated Hyperloom buffer? Well... Electro also doesn't have those reactions that scale all that well, right? Like, nowadays, Electro is kind of carried by Chevreuse. I don't think they'll support Hyperbloom. I think you're entirely wrong about that. I think there is no way in hell that Hyperbloom never gets any support. if they're gonna support something, it's probably Quicken first. Probably. But they'll do both.
Light it up. Final warning. Control breathing. Pyroclastic surge. Charge. Yeah. Headbutt. Hero incoming. Yeah. Yeah. Volcano.
I got hit because I'm an idiot.
Headbutt. Finally.
Can I break these with the Onsan?
Coach will take it from here.
No. Okay.
Charge.
What?
Hands where I can see 'em. Quick as a flash. Burn it down. Light up a blazing sun.
Oh, fuck you, nice whole transmission.
Justice o'clock.
Only one blue. Tragic. You can, but you need to dash, I see. What are your thoughts on Jade Cutter Farina? It's a thing. I think a lot of people don't realize that Jade Cutter isn't like. I mean, I guess it is pretty good. I don't know, man. The biggest problem with Farina on anything other than Fab is that it's pretty much dog shit for everyone except Nebula. '88 CV is dog shit because you need Fab on Farina in pretty much any team except Nebula. I think the general Genshin player underestimates Farina's ER requirements and overestimates her damage. How good is Pyro MC main DPS at C6? Not very good. Pyro MC's numbers on skill and burst are not at all good enough to be a proper carry. Which means the best way to play Pyro MC as a carry is going to be Shenyan. But the problem with that is that you can't skill. Because if you skill, you lose your reactions. Which means you can't enter Night Soul. Which means you can't use Codex. So you use the plunge set, but you can't skill for the plunge set, or charge attack for that matter. So you're kind of cooked. Your skill hits every second, plunge set works. You can't use the skill, otherwise you lose your melts, though. Unless you're talking about Farina. In which case, I guess. I actually do kind of wonder how PMC compares to Bennett in Plunge. It's probably not even that much worse. So I guess it's probably decent. Bennett has the better plunge? Yes. Yes, Bennett does. But, I mean, obviously, Bennett's better. That's not in question here. Have you tried PMC C6? I don't have the C6, so no. Bennett can use one more support? No. PMC doesn't need to use Bennett. So they can use the same amount of supports. It's just that Bennett has more attack because Bennett's own burst buffs him. And Bennett has a better plunge animation.
Strength is one of those things where you gotta use it or lose it. So, wanna...
Doesn't Farina have the highest sub DPS in the game? Why do you say people overestimate it? Because you think she has the highest sub DPS in the game. Let's look at Farina's off-field damage in a few teams. Actually, let's look at the two extremes, right? The upper extreme is going to be in Neuvillette teams. These are the teams where she has the most personal damage because she benefits from the same buffs as Neuvillette, and her ER requirements are very, very low. Let's scroll down to most likely this one? Maybe? 27k? 25k? 27k? Around 27k. Which is good. Don't get me wrong. That's good. But in a lot of teams, you don't get to build her like that. What's a carry that uses Farina in a team that doesn't have double hydro? Varese is not implemented yet. We could take a look at Chloride, I guess. Chow. Sure, let's take a look at Chow. $8k. She could be a little bit more if you went Golden Troop, but your team will be worse. Yeah, I guess we can take a look at Chaska, sure. Both. What the fuck is that? Both with Mawika and with other characters. $12k. 13k. Voiceovers, 60% pyro and electro damage percent, and 40% attack. And healing for Farina. And like, don't get me wrong, in those cases, it's okay damage. But a lot of other characters have a similar amount of damage to that, if not more. Look at Emily. Right? This is Deepwood. I guess we can take a look at Reverie. Emily. 22k. It's double pretty much every Farina team except Neuvillette, let's be honest. And which sub DPS does more than 27k other than Malika sub DPS? Fischl is pretty similar in Arlecchino teams. But I think you have to understand that I'm not saying that Farina doesn't do a lot of damage in Nevilet teams. Fischl does a lot more than that in Aggravate, but in the Arlecchino teams, she's like almost there. Right, she's at 26k here. Yeah, if you want to be somewhat malleable with your definition of sub DPS, $53k from Raiden. But I think that one's a little more questionable. I don't think Raiden really fits the definition of a sub DPS in this team. It's not just Nevilet teams, all double Hydro team with Farina, Yelan, Farina also does sub DPS like Nevilet. Like Hu Tao double Hydro. I mean, it's not as much. But you're right that it is a decent amount in these teams. Right, it's 21k. But the main thing is, most people, I think, like from what I see and hear people say when they talk about Farina, I feel like most people are under the impression that she does that like 20 to 30k DPS that she does in teams that are focused on her personal damage in all of her teams. And the reality is so far from that. Xiangling in most team is scraping 10k unless a team is really built for her. Yeah, but like that's kind of... Most of the teams that use Xiangling nowadays use her for her application. Also, she should be a decent amount higher than 10k in most of the Chivalrous teams. Because of the overload buffs. Caught. Kitane. Cinder City Xiangling. My goat. 15k. $16k. We're pogging. I also think people tend to often overestimate Xiangling's damage. But I think it happens more for Farina. No, Buzza. If you're using Shenhe in your Escoffier teams, Escoffier noticeably outdamages Farina's what Farina gives you in the Navidad teams. What's up, Slice? How have you been? I've been balls. Damn. That's crazy. We stand TOM, we do. I agree. What's better for Yolanda if I'm playing a team with low ER requirements, Slingshot, or the Event Bow from next patch? They're pretty much the same. Nice advantage of Slingshot is if you end up doing Yolanda in a team where you on-field her. Or sorry, nice advantage of the new Event Bow, not Slingshot. If you end up using Yolanda in a team where you on-field her with Slingshot, you can't use Maréchaussée, which is better than Emblem if you're on-fielding her. Because you just get too much crit. With the new Event Bow, you can. What does the new Event Bow do? It's Ashgrave and Dragonhorn as a bow. It's the exact same thing. Same stat line, same effect. Kokomi Sig. True! .X passive? No. You need to understand this is so much better than the, like, archaic passive. Because, like, on an HP scaler, guards, you end up with 40k HP pretty often. So this is 32k pre-damage percent. Archaic is, what, 480% of attack at R5? Even if you somehow reach 5,000 attack, that's less than 32k. How many Hyperblooms is it? Like 2? Alright, if I don't change my build other than the weapon... Amazing Tulpa gameplay. The first proc that happens before any buffs, 44k. That's wrong order, but it doesn't matter. Second proc with buff, 73k. The first proc is like one hyper bloom, maybe and a half. Second proc is like 2 hyper blooms. Alright, they're hitting 34Ks. And if I'm really 38Ks. If I give myself the EM buff from Nahida. Huh. Plus 3 hyper blooms. No, that's not 3 hyper blooms. Oh, you mean if you get 2 procs? Sure. Yeah, you get basically 3 hyper blooms worth of damage. Was it changing? Is it affected by buffs and not only max HP? Yeah. It's changing because Farina damage percent buff. Nivilet has 0 physical damage percent, which effectively means that the capped out 75% damage from full fanfare Farina makes the proc deal 75% more damage. Because you go from 0 to 75 damage percent for physical. Is that better than the healing from Prototype? Eh. A little bit better. But it's worse than the energy generation from Prototype if your ER requirements aren't trivial. I think Chow will go crazy once they learn teams that have synergy and you build teams based off of that, not put top 5 characters in a tier list in one basket. You're right. It'll be crazy. Does Quest Jeff have any opinion on R5 Wavebreaker's Fin for Escoffier? Don't. It eventually doesn't have a passive, right? I mean, to be fair, it will heal a lot more than Deathmatch, right? But let me show you something first, okay? So let's do base attack, attack percent, flat attack, total attack. Okay. So on a character like Escoffier, who has how much base attack does she have again? It's 340 something, right? 347. 347. And Wavebreaker's Fin is 620, right? How much attack percent is it? So 13.8. Anyways. You go attack Sands, and unless you're using Shenhe, you often also go attack Goblet. About 20% from substats. And then there's an optional 20% from Noblesse and or TOM. I think most teams end up with TOM. And then half of those teams with TOM also end up with Noblesse. For now, we'll just look at only TOM. Or only Noblesse, I suppose. And then flat attack around 350. How would this change if Wavebreaker's Fin wasn't a max base attack 4-star weapon? If instead of a 620, it was a 565, and therefore, oops, I forgot the 13.8, and therefore had 27.6% attack. It's a 0.4 difference in total attack. And that's with an attack goblet. Without it, it would actually be better if it had lower base attack, higher substat. Then what about 510 41.3. Same amount of attack. And then what about 454, 55.1? It's a little bit worse. But it's all within 1%. When a character doesn't have a lot of external attack percent or flat attack buffs, an attack percent weapon, there's very little difference between the high base attack low substats and the high substat low base attack ones. So the fact that Wavebreaker's Fin is high base attack low substat doesn't really fucking mean anything. And you would rather use a weapon that has a passive that isn't completely worthless. Like Missive Windspear. Where you effectively get an additional 24% attack. I don't think it can proc all field, so it's only half uptime, so 12%. On a 5-10 base attack weapon. But even that, like that 12% attack, it makes it noticeably better than Wavebreaker's Fin. Both in terms of damage and healing. And then with crit weapons, this is base. Page. Alright, and then this times this. Okay. For crit weapons, is there a 4-star max base attack crit weapon? I don't think so, right? So we just have to pretend like it exists and assume the stats it would have. It's just half of a 41 base, right? Of a 454. Or sorry, a 44 base of 565. So Ballad of the Fjords is 27.6, so it would just be half of this, right? Actually, is that true? That's 510, I'm an idiot. Cornge. What's a max base attack crit substat weapon? That's a 4-star. Blackliff Longsword. So plus 36.8% divided by 2. So we're gonna pretend like a weapon like this exists, right? And then here, it would be 36.8 divided 36.8. This would be 27.6 times 2. And this would be 36.8 times 2. So. And what you can notice here is that it does get a little bit better with low base attack, high substat, but it's not a particularly noticeable difference. So it is a bit better. And if you compare directly attack substat to crit substat, there's also not that much of a difference between the attack substat weapons and the crit substat weapons. The difference only starts to become relevant once you have external attack buffs. But Escoffier doesn't really get many of those. True. True. Thank you. But yeah, a flat attack buff won't change anything for this thing. Because the only thing that's changing between these is the amount of attack, and more flat attack is going to be the same amount on everything. But if you start getting a lot more attack percent buffs, it makes the high base attack weapons benefit from it a bit more. But when you start introducing crit weapons, flat attack buffs make the crit weapons a lot better. Attack percent buffs also make the crit weapons better, but it's not that big of a difference for the high base attack weapons, like Wavebreaker's Fin. So if you add 46.6% to every single weapon, the low base attack percent weapons start going down. But the high base attack ones are still pretty close. Does nobody here have Shenhe? True. I'm actually kind of curious. How many people here have Shenhe? Let's poll it. Do you have Shenhe? Yes, no. Isn't this kind of crazy? About half of you guys have Shenhe? Probably a bit less than half. Because I'm assuming people that like Shenhe were very excited and answered the poll immediately. Yeah, it's going down a little. Well, that's actually really surprising to me. Kind of crazy. Oh my god. I'm not... That's a lot higher than I thought. I was expecting, like, maybe 20%. How much will the Escoffier burst nuke in a regular Arlecchino team? Good question. In those Arlecchino teams, you're gonna have pretty high ER requirements, so the burst won't nuke that much. Right? Like... I don't need to look at everyone else, just this guy. 4, 0. What teams are we looking at? Arlecchino, Bennett, Yansan? Maybe? Or is that a little too sus? That's probably a little too sus. Shilonen then? Let's do Shilonen, sure. So she doesn't catch any particles from anyone else. You get 4 from Shilonen, 5 from Arlecchino, 2 from Bennett. Yeah. And then you give her 5. Your requirement's at 196. That's high enough for ER Sands, most likely. Yeah. Tragic. And TOM is probably her best set in that team. If we're not Petro abusing. Why not Emblem? Because I'm fairly sure it'll be a lot better to give 20% attack to Arlecchino and to herself. Even if you meld the burst, I'm pretty sure Golden Troop is better than Emblem. Anyways. Damage percent, EM multiplier, effective attack, melt, potion value, melt, damage. Yo. So it was 347, and then on Fav, 565, attack percent, high resonance, noblesse, her own TOM. We don't get Cinder City. Cinder City is not a realistic thing to assume at all, yeah. No Cinder City. I guess she could be on Cinder City instead. That's definitely better. Yeah. No, it's not. I'm wrong. No, yeah, never mind. I forgot you have Cinder City on Shiloden. Anyways, we have your Sands with... We're probably better off going damage than attack Goblet as well. Is there any other source of attack? Let's say 20% from subs. Flat attack on the burst. We get Bennett buff. Crit value 98.4 plus 62.2 plus 20 times 6.6. Multiplier. Damage percent. Crawl Goblet. Is that it? That's literally it, isn't it? Cooked. EM, let's say 80 from subs. It's 1007.8, right? I think. Yeah. Yeah. Not the highest. Not the highest nuke. But yeah, let's just put it that way. Is that higher than Melting Sea Lolly Burst? Yeah. Because, like, this is a 75 crit rate build. If we're assuming you get a crit, right? It's just gonna be this minus... minus 0.5. So when you get a crit with like average investment, it'll hit for 110k. Yeah, it's because you're not getting any damage percent buffs. And you need a bunch of ER to burst every rotation. The question is just whether it'll be possible to do setups that don't need burst to set up the cryo, and I'm honestly not convinced. Not convinced at all.
My parents always say, no matter how busy life gets, you should always sit down and enjoy a proper meal when you get home. What I like to do?
Occasion
Take my plate
business.
up high, then squash it all down. Take a deep breath. And wolf it down in one go.
Please shut up. If you don't have Seat Lolly, what would be the best last slot in a Neuvillette team? You don't have Seat Lolly. I'm not sure. Initially, I was thinking Rosaria, but Chongyun might be better. I'll need to do some testing on it. When I was doing some fake testing with Baiju, it seemed like Chongyun could shorten the rotation by like 1.5 seconds. But I'm not confident at all. Like, at all. Whatsoever. Anyways. What do you think about Escoffier, Shilonen, Shangling, Banat? Like forward melt Escoffier? Or sorry, reverse melt Escoffier? I mean, I guess it'll be fine. Yeah, just 16-18, but it's slightly better. I haven't played since Arlecchino was added, and I feel like I've missed some critical stuff. Yeah, you probably have. What's the gap between Shenhe and Yelan for Escoffier teams with a cryo carry? It depends on which cryo carry. From what I've seen, Shenhe seems about 10% or higher better than Yelan for Ayaka, and pretty close to Yelan, if not slightly behind for the other carries. I haven't seen anyone else look at 2 Shenhe 20-second Risley rotations. So I don't have a sanity check. So I'm not confident on that one, but yeah. From what I've looked at, they seem very similar. But the Shenhe one will be a lot harder to play. Oh well. With Ayaka, it was about 5 to 10% for me. Yeah. Like about 10%. But for Risley, I'm not too confident yet. I'm curious if anyone else has done Yushen Risley calcs. Should we do this? Let's do this. You think getting cons on Molani is better than getting good pyro carry like Arlecchino or Seed Lally from Malika? Arlecchino or Seed Lally from Malika? It depends on what you're trying to do. I don't know. Maybe. Break base bricks to widen your bar. Oh. Use cryo to freeze connected hydro bricks with the coagulate effect. Oh. I see. That's cool. Oops, I'm an idiot.
Woohoo! This is the best part!
Oh, nicely done.
Fuck. No! Aw.
Bravo, bravo.
Okay. Fucko. Buddy. I fucked up. Oh. That's pretty good, right?
Nice! Keep it up!
Oops. Ah! That's fine.
Bravo,
Zajef, can you backflip? No. Insane gameplay. I agree. I agree. It was insane gameplay. Wow. I think I can probably do 3/4 of a backflip, but then I don't think I'll ever be able to move again because my spine will be snapped in half. Yeah, honestly, I think the title was a lie. I don't feel like doing questing today. Classic, yeah, I know. Make everyone act surprised. Man. What is that?
Can you do this quiz? Wilted Rose. Yo, this is like parasocial, bro. Is it parasocial if it's me doing it?
Surely you put the fucking link to the quiz in your description. Comprehensive Ziox trivia quiz. I'll look it up. I want to do it. Comprehensive Ziox trivia quiz. Alright. Which of the following are Ziox? Images that have heavily modify his appearance do not count. Okay, do you guys think it's like a funny thing where like you're supposed to click all of them? Or are we supposed to only actually click on the ones that are him? Oh, choose 5. Okay. That, I see. Which of the following nicknames are associated with Ziox by himself or his community? Is there another one? It says choose 6, so I feel like there has to be another one. But I haven't heard any of the others. Maybe it's this one. Because he kind of looks... Okay. As of March 2025, what characters has Ziox not made a guide for? Four. He probably made an Ellen guide. I feel like he hasn't made a Dory guide, right? Or an Alloy guide. I'm not confident about this one. I'm not even subscribed to his channel on my personal account. Damn. What languages can Ziox speak? Okay, here's the thing, alright? Like, it says choose 3, so they want us to select Arabic, but like... But he can speak Arabic as much as I can speak Spanish, alright? So like, I'm intentionally gonna choose this because this is the right answer, alright? Your quiz is wrong. I'm not fine, I have to select 3. Whatever. Which of the following is not a real Ziox? A real tweet by Ziox? Dude, this is too small. What the fuck? I can't see. Topical statement. Like, I can't read any of these. Can I open image in Utah? Why did it download it? Dude. What the fuck? Every time I go to bed, I miss a new sex character in either Hair or Honkai Star Rail or Genshin. Why do they make me stay up every night? I just want to be normal. This is probably real. The first thing I see in the morning is my Pookie Xiao. This is not something he would actually tweet unless it was like a bet. And this is way too small for me to read. So I'm gonna guess this one. Nice. Based. Okay, huge business. When Zox was rating Genshin character Aura, he kept calling this character the name. Okay, dude, I don't fucking know. This one I have no clue. This is actually just something that happened one stream. Let's try to guess. So this is Columbina, and he probably tried to be funny by saying something that sounded similar. I don't think he's cultured enough to say Colombo. So maybe Colombia. Fuck. What was it, chat? Oh, he thought that was Sandrone? Oh, I see. Which one of the following was not said by Zox? I alternate between Omega rotting and being hyper healthy. I don't know. Hey, what's up, guys? I'm so locked in. Okay. I'm going to be perfectly honest, chat. I miss Senora. I think of her every single day. I like women. I like men. So like all that Zox has said. Yeah. 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 Really? Okay, whatever, man. He never used Jack Black as an excuse for. Okay, whatever. What did Zyok study before he benched his studies? Law. What is Zyok's Twitter/X bio? I don't know. I'm the GOAT. Ryuk once uploaded a Zyok's Moan compilation. How long was the video? Wait, what? It wasn't 3 hours? The video was removed by YouTube. That's crazy. What is the name of the subreddit Zyok looks at on stream? Okay, Zynox. What? I'm gonna guess it's the 2X's one, because these are literally exactly the same. So if this is the right answer, then it's just a 50-50. Okay, I mean, one is a 0. Yeah, but they're literally the same. I don't know which one is a 0. These are literally the same character. Yeah, like, your font is dog shit. You can't be doing this, man. Like, I thought it was, okay, Ziox with one X, but there was two of them that were literally exactly the same. So, whatever. How many? 8? Probably this. This is too random. I feel like the Glorper is what someone would come up with if they tried to make a fake one. I don't know, man. 7 out of 8. Damn. Which pair of Ziox Clippers have collaborated with each other before? Probably them, right? Yeah. True or false? As of April 2025, Ziox Archives has more subscribers than any other Ziox Clipper. I don't know. Sure. Okay, whatever. Out of all the artifacts below, which one is one that Ziox does not have? I think that's real. That might be real, but I'm not sure. This is fake. No. Okay, I was wrong. That I'm not. I'm a fake friend, honestly. According to Ziox, which of the following locations has he explored? Damn. This is not true, by the way. He has definitely talked about exploring my bedroom before. Like, those two answers may have been right, but the one I gave was right too. So, I don't know, man. Which Genshin character's birthday is closest to Ziox's? I don't know when their birthdays are. Probably Mika, because it'd be really funny if that's him. Damn. Okay, I didn't know Navia was on August 16th, but okay. It's one of these two, but I don't know which one. That has nothing to do with Ziox, by the way. That's just a Genshin Impact thing. I don't know. It was Doombane? That's fake as fuck. Whatever. Oh, fuck. It's Bane of all evil. Okay. In Ziox's Backrooms stream, there was a level where he kept dying over and over again. What was the primary reason behind his deaths? Probably couldn't stop yapping. Yeah, that sounds like him. I know he played that. I know he played that. He probably had Pokemon streams, right? Yeah. Which of the following people have given him resin? Wait, it's all except one. Damn. No king of Denmark. Okay. True or false? Ziox thinks he is as tall as Xiao. Okay, I mean this is a trick question because like the answer will depend on the day. Sometimes he'll say I'm even taller than Xiao. Sometimes he'll say Xiao is even taller than me, and sometimes he'll say both of us are tall. I'm gonna like I don't know. Like, okay, at one point he said this, but at one point he said the opposite. You can't be making questions like these in your quiz, man. Whatever. True or false? Zox once said, no one cares about Farina. Yeah. True or false? Zox once said Chao is a massive furry. No shot. Really? Oh, in an April Fool's video, I see. True or false? Zox thought his maid saga on YouTube was based. Which of the following content creators has Zox not collaborated with? 2. I don't think he did a video with Ashigai. Or Arnold. He's too much of a lore skipper for lore streamers. Yeah, dude. As of 2025, which one of these Zox incidents did not have... Dude, okay. Oh, there's only one. What the fuck? I mean, I don't know, man. Oh, there was a February 29th. I didn't realize. That's on me. That's on me. I should have taken more time. As of April 2025, which of these usernames are real Twitch chatters in Zox's streams? I don't know, man. I'm gonna guess the fake ones are Zyox the Goat and Farina's thigh straps. Fuck. Shirtless Chao was... I feel like there has to be at least... I feel like someone has to have... Fuck. Damn. Zox made a song called An Ode to Lament. Which of the following words were lyrics in the song? Economic rent. Camping tent. Probably repent. Live, laugh, lament. Fuck. No repent. My bad. During the 5.5 live stream, Zox went through all 5 stages of grief when reacting to the new plunge set. How many times did he go through each stage? I feel like anger has to be really high. And acceptance really low. I'm gonna guess this one. Fuck. As of the 4th of April 2024, which of these are emotes that Zox has enabled in his Twitch streams? Fuck. Klee Rage is enabled? That's such a bad emote, man. What was approximately the average time Zox spent stalling in his streams from January 2025 to February 2025? None of the above. It's definitely more than 30 minutes. Nah. 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 That's fake. In 2024, Zox did a Fatui Harbinger tier list for how excited he would be for the release. What characters did he put on S tier? Probably Piero. And Capitano? Maybe not. Maybe not Piero, actually. Probably Capitano or Arlecchino. I don't know, man. Fuck. Columbina and Penta... Oh, they were an SS. That's cheating. Nah. Okay, dude, whatever. Which of these Zajef clip titles are not real? There's 3. Oh, dude. Damn, I got 2 out of 3. That wasn't too bad. Zajef77 is a user who comments on almost all Zajef clips on YouTube. Find the comment that is not real. It also ruined my marriage. My wife divorced me because she said I watch too much Zajef. I say glorp all the time. Zajef ruined my family. He stole our kid and made him farm vermilion. His moans have become a part of my life now. Lord of Sands, please don't take this video down. We losing our sanity with this one. Oh, there's another one. Xylox, thank you for loving me all this time. What can you give me in return? I feel like both of these are comments that would have been on the Moan compilation, so I feel like it has to be one of the two that's wrong. Or that's fake. Damn. Cooked. Which of these accounts has Xylox not... Okay, dude, what? No, like, I don't know, man. Who cares? Okay. $67%. Damn. You know a bit about Xylox, but there is still more to learn about him. Holy fuck. I'm below average. That's crazy. It's a passing grade, just barely, man. Holy fuck. Holy. Anyways. The person that made this knows more about Nick than Nick? True. But, like... It's kind of like... If I were to, like, tell you guys what I ate... this morning... And then... A year from now... Someone asked you guys... What did Zajef eat... on April 30th, 2025? If some of you guys know that... I'm kind of weirded out. Why is Seluna trying to join my world? The fuck is... What's going on here? What do you want? Can you take my quiz? what kind of quiz? What is my favorite character? I'm confused because you have Yai on your profile. I feel like it's not Yai. I'm gonna guess Candace.
100 years have passed, yet there hasn't been any change to those dumb rules at the academia.
Is he gonna reply, Candace, dick fit in your mouth, and leave?
Strength is one of those things where you gotta use it or lose it. So, wanna train with me sometime?
Why is bro like this? At least when he wasted your time yesterday, he gave you 5 subs. Yeah! Yeah! He did! The April 30th incident. What is that?
There is one thing we could do to up the ante, and that is crafting an Anemo goblet. Yes, ladies and gentlemen,
yeah.
we can only do this once per patch, and honestly, realistically, probably once every 2 patches because of how scarce the sanctifying elixirs are. But they recently announced that they're adding these to the Imaginarium Theater, which is a big update. Thank you. Okay, so we can craft some pieces. Now, in the past, we've crafted some Vermilion and Nemo goblets, but they all rolled terribly. Okay, flashback to those. But now they added a pity system where you have at least 2 guaranteed crit rolls on your goblet. So I have a good feeling. I got a feeling. Ooh, ooh. But I don't want to jinx it, and I want to lock in. Okay, let me get ready. I'm gonna stand up for like 4 seconds. I'm gonna walk for 5 seconds, and then I'm gonna craft the goblet. Give me 1 second. I have to pee, bro. I have to pee, bro. Oh shit, I was muted. Hello! First time you guys spam muted and it's real. Bro, I'm so clapped. I need a fucking shower. I need to shave. Why did I record a video like this, bro? Today, ladies and gentlemen, we are crafting our first Anemo goblet on the new Shao set, which hopefully will be his last
Should we
set.
skip
And if
the
you watch this in 4 years...
The pre-roll stall?
No! Okay. Should I post a picture before I roll it? It could still be good. It could still be good. It could literally still be good. It's double crit with a max roll on crit rate. After 4 years of no good goblet, now might be my chance to change it all. Don't post. It's cooked. I'll delete it. I'll delete it. If this rolls defense, I'll delete it. But I believe, bro, I'm favoring it in advance. Watch, bro, please. Attack percent ER, I'm happy. Now, obviously, I really wish that it got 4 substats, okay? Because that means 1 more roll. But beggars can be choosers, attack percent or ER, and I'll be a happy bunny, bro, please.
Sorry.
I'm deleting the tweet. I'm deleting the fucking tweet. I'm deleting it. I'm deleting it. This is bad luck, bro. I'm deleting it, bro. Dude, my Twitter page like forced refresh when I deleted it, and there's just Wawa and Genshin fans fighting. Bro, we have more important shit to do, like artifacts. Okay, you all suck. You have time to argue. Your artifacts are shit.
Dude.
We're gonna get crit, bro. We're gonna get crit. One.
I swear, man. I was fucking looking at some stuff on Twitter yesterday. And I saw that, like, the only shit that got traction for Wuwa stuff was just the Horny stuff. And, like, no one was talking about the rest of the update. And I thought it was really funny. They released Zani on a filler patch, true. To be fair, I play Zenless and there's a side to it that's very alike. That's not a good sign. Being similar in gooner goonability to ZZZ is not. It's not a strong confidence booster. Oh boy.
One roll at a time.
I mean, the first two rolls are guaranteed.
Please. Okay, the first two are guaranteed, right?
Like,
Are
why,
the first two guaranteed before I milk
for
this?
these?
The first two are guaranteed, right? Not the first two, it's any two. Oh no, that's scary.
Is it not the first two?
Okay, whatever, please.
It is the first
I want to
two,
see
no?
a high roll and I want to see crit, please. I'm sorry, I have to.
It is the first two.
There were bad vibes in the
not?
team. I'm sorry.
It's any two? Really?
I'm gonna do it. Oh, I didn't place Shao's Lantern. Oh my god, I said I was gonna do that. Shao Lantern.
Wait, I wonder how it works then. Because if the way that it's coded is, like, if the first, like, 2 or 3 upgrades aren't crit, it guarantees crit for the last 2. That means that it's worse, right? Or am I just an idiot? It should be the same? No, it shouldn't. Wait, does it? I'm too tired to think about that, actually.
Lantern. I'm placing. Okay, in his burst.
He didn't
Inside
jump.
of Shao's burst, a bunch of lanterns, bro.
He didn't
This
jump.
has to be the ritual
He
for
didn't
Shao.
jump.
Like, what else
He
can I
didn't
do?
jump.
I'm gonna eat almond tofu. I'm eating almond tofu, bro. I'm
He
eating
didn't
delicious
jump.
almond tofu. Where the hell is it? Sweet dream. I ate it. Please, bro, please. First roll. Okay, that is a max roll. Second one. Between each roll, I'm doing another lantern. I don't care, bro. I don't care, bro. I've waited all year for this shit, bro. You think I care?
Yeah.
Okay, fuck you. Okay, whatever. It's over. Whatever. I mean, okay, it's still good. It's actually still good. It's actually still good.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
It's good.
Like, it's decent. I feel like you gotta accept that as okay. What the fuck is bro? Flat HP isn't a dead stat with Homa. My goodness. Anyways, chat. I think that's gonna be it for the Genshin for today. Which means it's time. This will go well. Smile. Okay. 4 days remaining on sub, and I'm not continuing for this. Okay, dude. Alright, we're waiting for update. Almost done. 71%. Actually, wait. Oh no. It's not letting me. Oh man. I average fucking League client experience. Wait, actually, I made an EU account a few days ago. If I go on the EU account, do you guys want to join? I'll go on the EU account. Some NA. But most people aren't NA. Most EU is veg. Oh yeah, I guess that's true. Okay, maybe we go NA then. But we gotta hope it actually works. And I don't know if it will. Unknown player. Yeah, average league client experience. Let me open Task Manager, kill all the league programs, and try again. Okay. It's a sign not to play League. Probably, but I don't care. I'll do it anyways. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work, I guess. Oh. It might be working. Yeah, it's working. Alright, Alright. Wait, can you guys just join? No, you can't. Oh, fuck. How can I let people join? I can't, right? I have to invite people individually, right? Press the plus button. Yeah, I have to invite people individually. That's fucking cringe. Alright, who wants to join? Give your name in chat. I'll invite you. Anyone else? That can't be a real username. Is it? I think it actually is, man. It actually is. That's crazy. Oh, man. Oh, man. Level 9, 47,000 fame. Cool, I guess. Please form teams. Dude, what are you doing? Alright. I'll only do 1 or 2 games. And tomorrow we'll actually do quest content. It's true. Play Lilia, perhaps.
It's okay. We'll play later.
Kog'Maw? Sivir? Sivir's pretty good, right? I kind of want to play Cog, actually. And hope I get, the thing. The like, fake Yumi thing. Chauffeur. We'll get chauffeur. Trust. I'm a believer. Alright. And now we gotta fucking kill the client, reconnect repeatedly until the game loads properly. Was this strat? It's the only way that the game starts loading. If it doesn't like do a black screen into loading screen instantly, it won't do it at all. So you have to kill the client and try again. And I think it's entirely RNG. I have no idea what makes it work sometimes and not work other times. I will say though, usually I'm in by now. I don't know why it's not working. Maybe it's worse because of OBS. For restarting client entirely, it doesn't change anything. There we go! There we go. What the fuck? I'm so confused. I don't know how to make it show properly. Maybe this? Oh, there we go. Alright, big. Big. True Shot Prodigy seems kind of insane. Fan the Hammer seems kind of insane. Dual Wheel seems kind of insane. Dude, what the fuck is this? What the fuck are these options, by the way? I feel like all three of these are insane on COG. Dual Wheel is probably the best, though. What the fuck? Seems like there was too much AP to take D. M-Pen is nuts? No, it's not. No! Oh! It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. You got this. Take the fruit, take the fruit. Oh, never mind, you don't need to. Alright, we're vibing, we're vibing. Whew. Okay, where should I put the cam? Is it fine in this position, or should I move it? Make it smaller? Sure. I don't care about the rerolls. I'm down for Universal Donor. I feel like Kog'Maw can use so many augments. Big. Everyone gets shrink ray. That's so funny. Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, so this is mixed damage, mixed damage, mixed damage. Ooh, Mystic Punch. What the fuck is bro doing? Big, 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 big! Gliding, true. Frick you. This is done. This isn't done. Ooh. He's so small. Dude, Shrink Ray's so funny. Why is he so big? I guess he's not big. It's just everyone looks big when they're not Shrink Rayed. I don't think these are good. Oh! That's fucking unfair, man. Alright. Master of Duology Jin. Not for Zach E. Oh. Alright. Big! Q for attack speed, right? I think. And then Gwinsu's first, probably. And... Dude, what is this? That's pretty bad. No tank stats, no attack speed. I guess in the short term this is better. Decapitator? On Volibear? Huh? Fuck. I didn't berserk him. At least I'll get the money. I played that pretty poorly. M-Pen was really good. M-Pen doesn't fucking do shit until, like, a long time from now, I feel. Because my damage is too split right now. I'm like 50-50 AP and AD right now. Yeah, this is a pretty bad matchup, I think. Back to basics on TF is too good, man. What the fuck? Ew. Nice little 810 range. We take that. It's a win. Go on him, go on him, go on him, go on him. Oh my god. You should have gone on him. Wait. Okay, that's a dub, right? Please use your W. I'm actually begging. Oh, it's fine. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Just W him. Just W him and he dies. Okay. Alright, we're vibing, we're vibing. Easy clap. Money round. What do I go? Bork, probably? Or Terminus. I'm not sure. Actually... Thoughts? It's a sort of blossoming dawn angle. For real, for real. Might lack damage? Nah, we'll be fine. They'll damage each other. Like, we're fine. We're we're not lacking in damage, trust me. Trust me. The damage won't be a problem. What the fuck is this? Yeah. Is it an Omnivamp angle? I don't think so. It might just be a Tenacity angle. Or just Magic Pen. I don't know. None of these are very good. Fortune Charter would have been insane. Move Speed would have been really good. I'll take the Magic Pen. You. AP helps for the W damage, I guess. And it was a max roll of AP. I would have loved heal and shield power too, actually. Okay, to business. I don't think I needed to flash. Oh well. That's fine. Wait, unironically, since Puppeteer fears if the enemy is alone? No, it's only if one of them is dead. Never mind. Never mind. It wouldn't work in the Mordekaiser Death Realm. Dude, what the fuck is this high roll, man? What the fuck is this high roll, man? What the fuck is this high roll, man? Dual wield, scope your weapons, lightning strike. Dude, what is this high roll? Choose your augment so I can fucking hit the dummy. I want to see how much... Ooh, that's a little scary. Play slow, I think. Yeah. How is this fair? It's not. This is an omega insane high roll. All I'm missing is twice, thrice. What do I want next? I don't really need more damage. So how do I try to survive more? Do we have any support items that would be good? Or honestly... Yeah, let's just get Terminus. That gives you... Or Let's do Runons. That seems more fun. Okay. Silas scares the fuck out of me, by the way. So, yeah. Maybe he shouldn't. Yeah, I guess he shouldn't. Okay. Isn't Bork good? Bork is good, but I don't need more damage. And I'm not struggling to kill tanks. Like, Bork would be really good against Set, but I just don't need the Bork. Yeah, because Puppeteer is not okay. Move speed is really good. I'll take the Magic Pen. Makes damage, makes damage, makes damage, makes damage. I guess the MR is pretty good. But I kind of like the attack speed. But it's almost a max roll of MR. It's probably worth taking, yeah. Dude, look at the healing, man! All these projectiles! Heal for 55. Fuck. Never mind. I can just fucking right-click him, and he's dead. This is fair. Yeah, it's very fair, I think. More move speed is pretty good. Firebrand is okay, but it's not that good because I don't need more damage. Oh, that's fucked up. I could get skilled sniper. It's not bad for the E, but I'll just get the Firebrand. Maybe with haste would have been better. Eh. Fuck. We're kind of cooked. Yeah, this is a pretty rough one. I hope they lose to one of the other two. Let's get Terminus. But yeah, if they're far away from each other, berserking them doesn't do shit. Is the problem. I think that map was really bad for us. Fuck me. Oh, wait, no, I didn't get him. I just lost vision at the same time. Yeah, okay. Damn, we lost that. That's tragic. Oh, we completely fucked the Ziggs set guy. So, I'd be very happy if they won. Oh. We skipped the next fight? Alright. More health. More magic then. 2 stats. 2 haste shards? That's awful. What the fuck? What the fuck is that? They're dead. Oh! My god, he got fucking one shot. Holy shit. Oh, that was so funny. I think we can beat these guys. I can't get Zephyr unless I don't juice. And I want to juice. Second W flash you? Yeah, I guess he can. Oh, not much I can do about that. I guess. Yeah. You shouldn't have gone full support like that, because you're kind of useless. Like, even with all the stuff you give me, if Set gets on me, I'm dead. You know? So it's pretty much useless. But, like, build full support, you're pretty much not doing anything. It's fine, though. It's alright. We can do one more. Can I not kick you? Really? Okay, never mind. You're still here. I think I needed the Bork for the set matchup, actually. So that was probably on me. Should have gone Bork instead of Terminus. Alright, who's anviled? Wukong.
It's okay. We'll play later.
Does Nasus have any, like, modifiers for Arena? Like, does he gain stacks every round or something? I think he gets free stacks because I'm like so down to use him. I'm sorry, Chode. It's over for me. Wait, I have an anvil on TF. Oh, I'm down for TF. I didn't realize.
Lucky smiling.
Full anvil, yes sir. Do I get a starting item? Probably, right? I'll get a starting item at least. No? Doesn't work if you do? You can't buy items? Oh. Alright, I gotta fucking kill the program, reconnect. Oh! It worked on the second try this time. Or the first try, I mean. That's kinda crazy. Can't get shareholder if you buy stuff, I see. AP is pretty good. Or overflow. Overflow probably increases E damage, right? Maybe it increases W damage too. I'll just take wishful thinking. Magic pen, probably, for the long term. AD for the short term. I'll take magic pen. Viego Volibear. I'm with a Nefiri. Isn't that like literally the worst champ in Arena? Yeah, that was a fucking 1v2 first round if I've ever seen one. This Nefiri champ is worthless. Holy shit. What the fuck, man? We'd probably win this if I have a starting item. I chose bravery? Yeah, I understand. I'm down for Mbessa. Get a prismatic. Actually, no. Get a gold. So I can try to get a Marks Mage. We gotta take the 2 randoms, right? Ooh, but it's a min roll on the random. Never mind. We take the magic pen. Dodge. What do I even max? I don't want to max E for the attack speed. W? Alright, fine. I'll trust you guys. Okay, I feel like the silver augment was not the play. Oh my god, I missed. Oh my god. Yeah, bro, you're kind of fucking worthless. My god. Jesus Christ. This is the worst champ I've ever seen. What the fuck did they do to Nefiri, man? We lost when we were fucking sacrificed for silver and gold against double prismatic. What is this, man? Oh! What do you mean she's OP? I don't think that's true. Wait, do you have Twin Mask? You don't, okay. She's pick or ban in arena. Well, considering the fact that her win rate is 37% and that she has the second worst win rate in the whole game, I don't think that's true. I think that might be a lie. Two goals, yes sir. Easy clap. Plus 120 AP. Nami Viego. Hamstringer Viego? What in the fuck am I looking at, man? No one saw that cue. No one saw that cue. Shut up, chat. Oops. Did you win call game? No, we went second. I should probably not forget to use my ult. It's killing time. That seems... eh. No. Wait. Whatever. I'll just pick this. I know it's good. I wanted Mark's Mage, though. Tragedy. Oh. Oh my god. Oh! Oh! That's okay. Oh my god. We won. I guess Nefiri's not as worthless as I thought it was. Nefiri scaled a bit, yeah. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the prismatic diff was certainly... Yo. That can't be right. Yeah, whatever. How many stacks does the Nashus have? Almost clicked on this. Well, that's actually pretty good. Move speed is good too, but I'm down for this. $300 stacks. I see. That's pretty good! 78%? That's pretty good! Okay, I RNG'd gold card twice in a row. That was actually unethical, by the way. That was not okay. That was not okay. That was not okay. That dude, that was fucked up. Let's go Hex Gates. Now more anvils or items? I don't know. I don't know what you're supposed to do. Maybe it's a you. I don't know what I should take. I wish I got the Jewel Gauntlet. Oh, you bet. You bet. Dude, People get Death Cap into more anvils? That makes sense. Oops. That was pretty good. Yeah, Death Cap sounds smart. Use your R for vision. I keep for goring. Death Cap. And then more anvils. More tank stats is probably the play. There's no true damage dealers. Well, there's Garen, but eh. Although, it is a lot of attack speed and I already have so much armor in MR. Yeah, I'll take the attack speed. Daisy. That's tragic. We easily win this if we manage to get on her, so I guess I need RFC for this matchup. She's got too much range with the Scopious weapons. Volibear wins that for sure. This is the easiest Volibear win I've ever seen. Never mind. He doesn't have Quick Blades. I thought he had Quick Blades, but he did not. Gotta be Fortune Shard, right? lot of attack speed. MR and AP, that's pretty good. At least I got one. Bread and butter, maybe? I already have so much haste, it's not even that good. I think I just take Aftershock. Next round is money round, so I'll have the RFC anyways. Let's get this. Alright. Glacial is kind of... Yeah, you're right. Glacial is also pretty good. Oh. Garen wins that, huh? What the fuck? Dude. Okay, we're against Jinx, so I need RFC now. I can't. Bro went McHale's. That's fucked up, dude. Not even close. Didn't even use my GA. Easy clap. Now we're against the Garen. I'm pretty sure we don't win against that one, honestly. I have a 192 flat magic pen. Yeah, boots. I should have done that. You are right. I can't reach. Dude, I was one range away from the plant. I was actually one range away from the plant. Man. GG. We'll watch the last round. Garen matchup is Omega cursed? Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I didn't have any percent pen. And bro had 400 MR and armor. So my 192 flat pen wasn't doing that much. Should have bought Void Staff instead of Anvils. Dude, the animation speed on that Q was insane. One more. I can't play? Alright. Thanks for coming. No, I couldn't. Oh, I see. Never mind. Skeleton Boner, are you... Why can I not kick, man? Like, fuck! I hate the League client, it's so bad! I guess we gotta make a new one. Oh no, I don't mind the backseating. Oh yeah, actually, I'll leave, you can invite me. Whoever becomes party owner. Oh. Alright. Yeah, start. This is probably gonna be the last one. Yo. I want Irv back? I don't want Irv back. I want Arena to stay forever. Dex Anvil.
It's okay. We'll play later.
Garen Anvil. I mean, I'm inspired by that last game, honestly.
My heart and sword, always for Demacia.
Garen seems to have a very low win rate, huh? Well, it is what it is, I suppose. Or you can pick Cassante and Suburban. Yeah, I'm not picking Cassante. No, thank you. Do you play any enchanters? I mean, I don't really play League anymore outside of Arena, so no. unless they're anviled. But back when I played League, did I play any enchanters? Not too often. I played when I really wanted to win a few years ago. When I climbed with support, I would play Janna because that champ is not balanced. Never has been, never will be, unless she gets reworked. I thought you main Vel'Koz. Yeah, I didn't play a lot of Janna, but when I got tilted on a loss streak, I would go one game of Janna, go 1-0-33, and finish my day in a good mood. Are there any good AP items on Garen that I could take for Escapade? I'll just take this. Riftmaker and Zhonya is not worth though. Yeah, Riftmaker, that makes sense. It's a good amount of AD to start with. Or I could start with the MR. To fuck those guys over specifically. Nah, I'll take AD. Who do we go on first? Ooh, 70 AP is kind of rough. Oh no. That's on me. I ran it down, sorry. That should have been a win. What the fuck is bro doing? Can you revive me? No, you can't. Damn. That was on me, 100%. I should have just kited and gone for the plant. I underestimated his damage. Forgot he had the fucking witchful thinking. Still, at least I got one DMAT. Rock. I'm so down for Mbessa. Actually? No. We gotta go prismatic, right? What boots are even good? Hobby, Mercs. Mixed. Mercs. Hobbies. That's kind of annoying. I'll take Zerkers then. Fuck it. Can't be bothered. Cannot be bothered. The fuck killed me? I took like 300 damage in one go before the thing fell. Fell passive? Oh, I didn't notice his ability. What the fuck is it? Unknown. By the way, how is it that Death Recap still doesn't work like 15 years after this game came out? Anyways, we're cooked. I'm not getting any scaling from my DMAT. This is really bad. Should have went sacrifice for gold or silver. I forgot I had DMAT and I kind of need to win. Cooked. I don't know what to take, man. Wind mask, I'll roll for it. Didn't get it. I'll just take Virtue, man. Pretty bad, but... Those were all really bad? Yeah, those were pretty much all dog shit. Maybe I should have just taken the crown and hope we win. Dude! Yeah. I don't even know what to say about this. This is a fucking surrender angle if I've ever seen one, dude. The worst possible augment selection. Why did I even take Radiant Virtue instead of whatever else was there? I don't want to ult early. Whatever, man. It's cooked. It's like so over. Sell it and buy a legendary item? Random item? No. And I can't choose one because I don't have enough. Bad. We're cooked. We are so cooked. Take the thing. What the fuck? Okay. Actually, we should have let him revive. Oh, never mind. That doesn't work for DMAT.
Never forget why we fight.
It's not completely over yet, right? What the fuck is Perplexity Rek'Sai? That can't be a good idea. Random gold augment? Oh, fire sale? We can reroll prismatic? Seems like a plan. Wait. What? Wait, what? Whatever. Why did my gold not show the gold I had from my Infinity Edge? Like, I'm so fucking lost, by the way. Anyways, Gale Force. Gale Force is my goat. Saved. We're actually so saved. We're so saved. Wait, did anyone know what the fuck happened there? Like, I used Fire Sale when I had a Prismatic and a normal item, and I only got 5k gold, but then I bought Infinity Edge and it didn't cost me any gold. Just spaghetti code? Yeah, I guess so. How many rounds left for this? 3. I think even if we lose all 3, we survive, I guess. Okay. How long have you been playing League? Since, like, Season 4? But I don't really play much anymore. What is a Garen Milio tech? I'm pretty sure this Milio was a bravery. I was like try to wait. Oh, you can do a chain like that? I didn't even know. That's crazy. Yeah, I was trying to wait out her W, but she was just not doing anything, so I decided, you know what, fuck it, I'll just press R, why not? How's my attack range in Q in Milio? Oh, wait. Does Q not increase attack range? I thought it did. I guess not. That's crazy. Give me something good. Crit damage? Does crit damage work on Garen's E? Yes? Oh. Alright. More AD? No. More MR. Although I should have taken health for this round. I'm pretty sure this is going to be a loss. Wow. I don't think I can revive you. I can't click on that, man. I should have tried. Should have tried to revive you. That champ is not okay. What the fuck? I mean, they got their augment payout and we didn't. Gale goes over walls. What? Since when? That's gotta be new. On Arena? Damn. Oh, I forgot to check. I kind of wanted this. Yeah, I don't love this one. Give me something useful. Orbital lasers is really interesting. Wait, that doesn't do anything, right? Because my E can already crit. I guess it can make my ult crit. I'll do it. I'll do it. I think some stuff can double crit. Yeah, I wonder if Garen's one of those things. What in the fuck is bro doing? Fuck. That's on me. Can you hit me? Doesn't seem like you can. Yeah. Tragic. I feel like my ult did no damage. It did 600 damage on a like less than half HP Kassadin on a crit. Like, there is no way that wasn't a bug. Like, I'm 100% certain that was bugged. It doesn't show the amount his shield blocked? What shield? Oh, he had Seraphs! I see. Never mind. I'm just an idiot. I didn't realize he had Seraphs. What item do I want? I'll take them all. Actually, I'll take Death Stance. Maybe I should have taken Maw. Okay. We've survived. Cleaver? Yeah, it should have been a cleaver angle, you're right. I didn't give it enough thought. I was kind of panicked. What the fuck? Bro's playing on Earth, what in the hell? Oh. Fuck, we're against the Rel. I think we're cooked. Two MR shards. That's awful. I think we got a juice. I'm gonna juice. Oh my god, what the fuck is bro doing? What the fuck am I supposed to do against this, man? The puppeteer made the Rel kill me faster because she got berserked, and for some reason, even though the Yasuo was dead, she didn't get feared. She just gained the attack speed and fucking hit me. Like, I don't know, man. That's kind of frustrating. Yasuo was in his egg? But that should count as dead! Like, whatever, man. It's dumb. I think it's stupid that it works that way. Anyways, that's gonna be it for today. I hope you all enjoyed. Hope you had a good